Good evening and welcome. I am woefully unprepared. So, just as I was starting to get ready, 15 minutes, I better go just say goodnight to the kids so they can have fun, go up to start the stream. Except the kids were like, "Oh, you promised to move our mattress downstairs." Like, oh, yes, I did. So, I had to get in a fight with the mattress and I did not win. Well, I did, but it was not without casualties. Lost the lamp and now covered in sweat, so all is good. All is good. But that means I am a bit unprepared right now. See, I don't even have my sleeve on. Epic mattress fight. Yes, indeed. It will go down in ages, and there were some innocent casualties. Oh my god, I'm so sweaty I can't get the sleeve on. Ugh. Ew. Yeah. Ah, what is this? Oh, oh, oh! I love this. I love this. This is 100% a scam. I just want to enjoy this with you. 100% a scam. 100% a scam. Actually, it doesn't look like a survey. It does look like. Okay, this is weird. Like, get a mail from a random person that just says like, "Oh, I represent YouTube. We are interested in your content creator feedback." Like, yeah, it's no. You're interested in my credentials logging onto your shady website. But actually, it had a lot of things, so I'm gonna need to look that through. Yeah, they I'm gonna need to look through that a few more times and only click on it from a mobile device. Wow, able to catch 2 of last 3 in your stream. What a scheduling miracle. Okay, it shouldn't be difficult to guess when I'm gonna be live next time, because I'm here. Oh, we need to kill the Nightbot thing. No, we are not sponsored to talk about Nightbot there. Riftbreaker today. So, anyone who joined yesterday, maybe you who joined 2 out of the 3, how did you like the stream yesterday? From 2 perspectives. How did you like the stream, and how did you like the game? I'm interested. I'm curious. I can just say that I really enjoyed the game. Today I had some time and I was like, I could just fire off Riftbreaker. It was really fun. And I'm playing the stream engines right now, and it just doesn't measure up. It doesn't measure up for sure. I mean, it's a nice little quirky thing, the stream engines, but the combat is so bad, and the mechanics are so clunky comparatively. Like they play very similarly, except for the flying city. But like city, you have a controller mech that is really powerful, and you can go out and clear, and you can build. But I just Riftbreaker was so crisp. Like the combat was just so responsive. It was such a joy to play that, and you could really feel that you could sort of move around and dance and. Thank you, Revolt. It really offends when if there is no purpose, or when it's just to randomly take away your items. Well, I think it's fun. It's a nice quirky thing, but I don't think it. I mean, if it's part of the campaign as well, I would definitely play it because I think it's fun. I would like to have it sort of adjusted to be maybe like every 15 minutes or every 10 minutes, and instead of like every 5 minutes, then it becomes like pretty crazy. And then it kind of destroys the chat from just random conversations, which I do like. Yeah, but I really enjoyed it, and I mean, I think that one of the things with Dream Engines is that one of the things with Riftbreaker is that they have cut some corners on the base building. Like when you get resources, they just magically go into your sort of your common storage, so no transport. But in Dream Engines, you have to do these pathing, and that's a nice little thing, but it doesn't feel like it's adding anything. It just feels like it's a bit cumbersome to do. And it's just something like, no, I have to figure out, because some things are global resource and some things are not global resource. And some things need to be transported in and out and some don't. And it's just really, it means that you need to spend more time on the base building, which is fine because its base building is better than the combat. But in Riftbreaker, it seems to be shifted more heavily towards the combat, the RPG element of it, the action part compared to the RTS part. And if the complexity of the base building was higher, then it wouldn't really be possible to spend time going out. So I think that the balance works in favor of the Riftbreaker, and it's just so much crisper game. I don't know how to explain it in a better way, but it's just like when you press something, something happens. I think one of the things is just like I don't know. I think it's also like this arbitrary stress level in both, granted, but it feels more so in Dream Engines. The fact that you know that you're gonna lose, so you have, let's say, 100 cycles before you have to lift off. Okay, so I have 100 cycles, then I must lift off. So I am under extreme pressure to do as much as possible in 100 cycles. Which means that everything becomes super stressed, super rushed, combined with things being sort of sluggish and everything being sort of, you have to set up manually. And every time you set up a production line, then after a while the miner runs at half speed, so you have to adjust the production line again. It's just like those kind of things where like, it's not really... Let's do some... No, we've brought it talking onto my sprint retrospective. His meeting is done. We're just processing. Look at that beautiful #1 badge next to your name. That is... that's something... I was about to say, that's something you're definitely going to keep, but I see Barthik is already at 83, so he might be breathing down your neck. How big did your DSP power up? Not much. Not much. Yeah. What?
Welcome back.
Happy Friday. Oh yeah, happy Friday. Levisoni. Thank you. DSP needs more endgame content or an endgame end goal on boss to defeat, for example, acquiring XX amount of gigawatts. How do you think about this? It doesn't need more. Factorio needs it more. Factorio's been out for 7 years and still doesn't have an end game. So I think a game like Dyson Program has been out for half a year. I'll give it a bit more time. I wouldn't start hopping on Dyson Program until we've given Factorio a thorough beating on the end game is missing. So they said a few more days in July. Yeah, but it was on the 19th of June. They said within 30 days. So it's going to be on the 19th of July. And it's not going to be on Friday the 16th. So it's going to be Monday or probably Tuesday. My guess would be Tuesday the 20th. Blueprints in yet? Nope. Yeah, so I think that missing end goal in Dyson's program is not as bad as missing it in Factorio. Factorio's been out for a hell of a lot longer and still doesn't have it. Oh, I don't have the game up here. Random other game. I love the way that I've set up my locations here. DSP game. There. There we go. Oh, and we should also get... that one back online. Yep. Alright, we are in the game. Nope. Here. Just all these overlays here. That one, down. Cool, we are in. And I'm gonna take here. I will find the last one.
Our modest fellowship
88.
Praise the sub.
Hey Gauss, thank you for gifting a sub. And it's paying forward the one you get from Trokitios yesterday, who was again giving it forward from the one from Baked Beans, I think. Yeah, that's pretty awesome. It's a pyramid. I mean, it's not a pyramid scheme. It's a reverse funnel scheme. Something completely different. If everyone who has gifted a sub just gives, let's say 2 subs, it's perfect. Perfect. Alright, so where are we? We are here. What are we doing? Who knows? This is our home planet. What we really want to do is... remember last time? Right at the end of last time when we found out that we were running out of red circuits or red cubes? Oh, that was so bad. Remember that? Nope, we don't. We have repressed that memory. This is good. Where's the red one? Let's see if the red one is working. It is working, but obviously the red one is the slowest one. Hey! Cam Neil, thank you for the Twitch Prime and welcome! And, okay, so this one looks like it's working. It doesn't look like it's working. It should also be working, not just look like it's working. And let's go up here. Look at the signs. Is not really doing much. Yeah, and it's the red one, of course. When the red one runs out and all the other ones are full, then it will be the red one that dictates the pace of everything else. Oh, hey, the Jacks. Thank you. Wow, 5 gift subs just like that. Thank you. What are we looking for? There's something we're looking for here. Something. Oh, right. The yellow one. Right. The yellow one is always not working. Always not working. Where is the yellow one? If only I had some kind of consistency on where I built this. Boop. Right, why is this not working? Ah, we don't have warpers. That's why it's not getting out there. There, now it finally works when we are at a remote location and want to request this. Perfect. Thank you so much. Now, onwards to infinity and beyond. Where are we going? Sabatron. Sabatron is our target. I wonder if we can do that. Can I? No, that's not how it works anymore. Yeah? Yeah, sure. Okay, it works. And then tap to go back here. Sweet. Oh, I mean, it must be in some kind of gravity well. Sad no blueprints. You're absolutely right. It's gonna get there. It's gonna get there. Whoa, Takevaru, thank you very much for the 4 months. And Freak with a 250 for the early hype train. That's very nice. Well, Sadatoni. I think of this one, 45 Pharnaces that we can see out on the side. We there should be a tidal lock planet that we don't care about. So we got a level 1 hype train. Cool. Oh, by the way, we're warping. So, as Elkatuk usually reminds me, remember to thank your patrons. So, thank you, patrons. It is lovely and super awesome that you are supporting the work I do here. And if anyone wants to support, Patreon is sort of my preferred way of supporting. And in order to sort of show my my appreciation, I'm naming these planets and systems after the long-standing patron supporters. That could be you in a couple of years. Where are we going? We're going to... Whoop. Where are we going? Gareth. Gareth. We're going to Gareth, I think. That's where we want to go. That's still 3 away, so let's go. And thank you, the Jacks, for the 500 bits. Okay. There. And... where are we? No. There. Stop confusing me. There. Whew. That's not it. That's it. There and there. Okay, that was something. Whoa, Takeavaru, thank you for the 20 gift subs. How many spheres are we building? We're currently building 1, and we're starting soon-ish on the next one. Whew. Was it close to running out? I didn't even see that. I was just... Thank you so much for the 20 gift subs. And we have a level 2. Level 2 is the hardest level to reach. So let's have a look at this. This looks like we're not... Oh, we're reserving 1 gigawatt and we have 13.2 available. That is way too much. Way too much. I love it. Alright, let's have a look at this planet. This is where we built something. Alright, let me just check this hype train. It's a level 2 hype train, and it is, of course, Tegevaru with the 21 gift subs and the Jax with the 500 bits. This is what we started working on last time, and we have, of course, since this is Gareth, it's always maroon. It has to be. And we have not a single one of these produced. Dyson sphere component, nope. That's the one we were working on. Do you have Dyson sphere components? It is 24 of those per second. Each of those require things. Yeah, that's things, right? And that means we need to build processors. How many do we need? We need 3 processors. That's 72 processors per second, but it gets better than that. This one does not need processors, but it does need some carbon nanotubes. So we have to work on carbon nanotubes, steel, processors. Later on, we also need to work on quantum chips. So how many quantum chips do I need? This is 12, so it's 2. It's 24 quantum chips. 24 quantum chips is 48. So I need 48 plus 72? Who knows what that is? That's 120 processors per second. That's a good place to start. Ah, blueprints! Give me blueprints. New game of Dyson anytime soon, unless you see it from scratch. Nope, I am not. I am pretty sure that I'm not going to be starting a new game of Dyson Sphere program. For when I stop this one, it's going to be at least 3 months until I start again. And there will have to be some massive new content, such as enemies. I can't remember. Whoa, Tegevaru, thank you! You're crazy! I don't want to feel bad about your vacation. Get those subs back up. But those are not subs. Thank you so much, Tegevaru. That is super kind of you. But please, don't feel bad. It was just... What I told was just from a perspective of when you see things go down, you start doom and gloom. I don't feel bad about my vacation. I absolutely love my vacation. And I was fortunate enough to get this sponsored stream yesterday. So that's sort of also something that helped me to sort of go like, well, I might not have streamed, but at least I got this little sponsorship that helps a bit. Whoa. Hobbs, thank you for the Twitch Prime. Welcome. And Michael, thank you for joining in with the 200 bits. And Swammer is knocking out with a level 3 hype train now. With 5 gifts up. Thank you so much. Wow. Is there anywhere that Dyson Sphere have a timeline? No, not really. Okay. So we need to find a location that is ripe for building 120 processors per second. That's something. I don't want to build it on this planet, right? This planet will have an... Oh, what? But it doesn't take up much space, though. I could build it here. Alright, let's do that. Let's do that. Let's build it here. Nope. This one is reaching into that location, so I think I actually want to build it here. So processors, you say?
A new subscriber. Come, steal yourself. We are building an
Ashigaruma, thank you for the Twitch Prime and welcome. That the chimeras were also a building. Oh yeah, that's super nice. Yeah, it is really weird, but I don't know. I don't know how I would use them properly for that. Oops, 200 left. Let's get some veins utilization. All right, we're getting some of that. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Fill this block. There. Alright, we need to go back to our processor build and figure out how that's done. We've already done that before, so we've done that many times, so let's just build it one more time. This is where we need a blueprint. Let's see if I can remember. I think we start from the middle.
Loyal devotee.
Patron? Oh, the hype train is running out. Hey, a new annual patronage, a new pledge. Thank you so much. And if you would like to be shouted out, then or you want access to the save games, then be sure to link your Discord profile to your Patreon profile. So there's a connection. And thank you. All right, let's look. Oh yeah, it's as usual. Takevaro stealing both bits and subs for the hype train with 1 minute left. Any Dyson Sphere experts here? Well, I do consider myself a bit of a connoisseur. I think it is that one. Yes. That means... and that, and that, and greens. Don't bother me too much. Yes, but I don't want to be bothered. That's why I live stream. I hate being bothered. Just shut up and watch. No, by all means, you're welcome to ask questions.
Your steadfast loyalty is greatly appreciated.
And Preceptor, thank you for the 3 months and 14 seconds left on the hype train, and it looks very much like it is a victory lap for Takevaro. Is it possible to speed up? Maybe with console commands or something, I don't know. No, that I know of. You can't do it from controls. Woohoo! Thank you! Level 3 hype train is surprising for this early, but then again, I mean, 20 gift subs and 5k bits is just a pretty good help. Thank you everyone for joining. Let's see. I think I have to do this. Oh, I don't know how much this one can actually take. Then the output is out here. Oh, I love this design. This is so good. I would also imagine that there's absolutely guaranteed a mod that can do that. I know how you can slow down the game though. You can just build too much crap and then the game slows down. If that's a hope. Right, so this is our design. Let's figure out. This one will not be consuming very much, and for each... oh, okay, hold on, just so you are aware. This is our design. It's producing 1.5 per second. So, yeah. But how much is it consuming? This is consuming 2 per 2 seconds, so that's 1 per second. Times 1.5. What? That's not what I wanted. 2 per second. Yeah, 1 per second. 1, 2, 3, 4. Times 1.5. 6. So this consumes 6. So that means I can only have 5 of these. 4 times 5 is 20. That should be it. That should be 20. Why do you want to speed the game up? I think there's always something to do. Yeah. I think that's also... that's... Thank you, Vichu. You are asking the right question. That is exactly the right question. Because if you want to speed it up... I did have one case where I really wanted to speed it up, and that was when I built a Dyson Sphere. That took quite a while. Just waiting for all the what are they called? All the spheres to be absorbed. Oh, not spheres. The solar sails. People are just hopping on me for calling them panels. So I'd be careful. Solar sails. It takes a while to get that absorbed. Up. This is so good. I love this design. How big is it actually? This is such a good design. Ah, that has to be built. Yeah. Let's take this one. Let's see. When I'm say mining by myself, it would be nice to speed up the game. You should not be mining by yourself. This is a game of automation, so that was exactly why the questions should be asked. Yeah. Well done, Vichu, on asking the right questions. Let me just join in on that one. Yeah. Because the thing is, if you're waiting for things to mine, set up more miners. Do something else in the meantime, right? I can't imagine what you'd want to wait for in terms of mining. Ah, oh, look at how easy that is. Just copy, paste, paste, paste instead of everything. Oh, I'm not done yet. Oh, yeah, I have not done this side. Ah! There you go. Well, I don't know if it's working. We'll find out. Yeah, waiting for the rockets to prepare. Yeah, well, waiting for rockets to prepare. I'd say that's a speedrunner thing. Because other people are doing other things. But if you just want to launch a rocket and be done with it, then sure, waiting for the rocket materials to gather in Factorio is one of the things where you just contemplate your life choices. I mean, if you're a speedrunner, you really should. Isn't that the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results? Isn't that the essence of a speedrunner? I'm just going to do it one more run. One more run. I'm going to do exactly the same, and it might be slightly different. Hello, follow you on YouTube. First time on your stream. Welcome. We'll try to be nice. They get different results every time. I would call it the same result. There's not like any time where you go like, I've been doing this run for 100 times, and I'm just doing this exactly the same, and suddenly I launched 2 rockets. No, launching the same rocket with 1 second difference, not a different result in my book. But you know, I have a thing about hopping on speedrunners, and it's the thing is, I have a thing for just giving Swedes a hard time. I have a thing for giving speedrunners a hard time. I really like Nephrons. I like actually all the Swedes I know. I like them. It's just a thing. It's part of my Danish culture. I have to. Yeah. I'm gonna try to not give these warpers. Right? They should not have warpers. They should just get stuff from the same system. These are provided. They're actually only provided locally. And it's not going to be local. It could be, but it's probably not going to be. It'll be from the rest of the system. Oh, we have copper. Weird. Oh, what? Oh, right. I know why we have that. That's on partner, and that's for reserved for solar sails. Alright, so this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times 2, that's 10, times 1.5, that's 15. This is 15. So I wanted the 100 and... So that's 15. That's 30. That's 45. That's 60. That's 75. That's 90. Oh, the insanity. And then I'm gonna go over. Oh no! Oh no! I'm gonna need that one. Oh no. Well. Okay, we're gonna build it up here instead. So this was 45. This will be another 45. And then... one. I wonder if it would be possible to design speedrunning bases without being a speedrunner. Probably not. It's going to be a very academic exercise. Because it's very much about the flow. Then again, it's possible to design race cars without being a race car driver, so... And not only possible, but also... Oh! Whoop. I have no idea why, but I spent 10,000 points on this message. Well done, Major Payne. Well done. Totally worth it. So that's 90. And this will be something more. Whoa, how can that be 90? This 105, and then this is 120. Cool. Come on, look at this. Why do we not have blueprints? Imagine us having blueprints. It would just be... There we go. But alas, it is not meant to be. What is meant to be, though, is that one. Get all of that. Get all of that. Get all of that. Anything else we want? Power poles. Sure. Get all of that. It would be nice with a bit of light. I guess the design part is the one that takes the most time. And time lapse. I hope I built it correctly in the first try. Have you heard about Industries of Titan City Builder? Have you heard about my YouTube channel where there's a Let's Play of Industries of Titan? Okay. Someone help that poor man out. There we go. Thank you, freak. Following you for a few days. Okay. Have you played Factorio? I think you'd like it. Thank you, Walter Magic. I think that might be sort of become a recurring theme on this stream when I played Dyson Sphere Program. That was the best troll ever, and I think a lot of resident trolls are envious that they weren't able to come up with something as brilliant as that. Resident trolls. If you are like, who are these resident trolls? A good way of looking is they will have a little sword next to their name. That's a good way to know that they are a troll. High level expert troll. That was not so bad. No way, exactly. So, okay, so what is the ultimate troll attempt? Wait for it. This is the ultimate troll attempt of any streamer. The moderators are organizing a get-together, a meetup, calling it NilosCon, and they forgot to invite me. Well, forgot, right? I mean, it's in my backyard, Europe-wise. That is expert trolling. Yep. That's what happens when you feed a snake at your chest. Then it will bite you and have a get together with the other snakes and not invite you. There. Hey, that didn't hurt so much. I knew we forgot something. Yeah, but it wasn't important. You were all like, I mean, we forgot something. Yeah. Well, if it was important, we would have remembered it. I'm sure that's how the conversation went in your secret moderator hideout. It's a pain to place a lot of them. It's not that bad. I mean, considering how much we're building and the fact that we're doing it like this, it's not that bad. I mean, it is a pretty massive build we're building here, so it's okay that it takes a bit of time. Oh, I'm running out. Of course I am. Doesn't look good. Oh, that one's gone. And there. It's just so much easier building them and removing every fourth, which I technically didn't need to do. Hiding play under thousands of messages every day. Yep. Creating new chat rooms faster than I can moderate them. But I think it's good. I think that it's really nice to see that... okay, so in all seriousness, I am super happy that the moderators are having some moderator things to make it more fun to be a moderator. Because after a while, it's not so much for watching me build the same damn thing in the same damn game again and again. But it can be for conversations, but all the moderators have by now heard all my stupid anecdotes time and time again. So having something where there's also a community where they as a moderator team have fun, have their own fun. Sometimes I'm included, sometimes I'm not included. That is super awesome, I think. It's one of the things that I've always cultivated when, as a manager, not that it's a manager position, but there's still some aspects to it. I think it was 16, right? That's 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Okay. That it's important for the team to have some things that don't involve the leader, manager of the team. I think that's super important. And it sucks sometimes not being part of everything, but on the other hand, it's also great to have a team that doesn't revolve around the enigmatic leader, or just me in this case. So I'm super happy that there's some things that are self-organized and part of the moderator team. It's also going to be like, make it more fun to be that. So yeah. Hello, Patrick. Do we think that's okay? This one is 1 block away, so that's 1 block away and then tiny bit. Yep, cool. Looks good. Go to the next. It is going to be an absolute insane amount of resources, but we'll calculate that afterwards so we get a sense of how big we want to build. Oops, build this. Because it's actually been something that I've been meaning to, like, it's one of those things like, when the pandemic is over and everyone's vaccinated, then we're gonna have a meetup. And it's easy to say that, but sitting down and making an elaborate spreadsheet and coordinating travel plans is just something that ultimately I'm probably not very good at. Could do it, but I try to shy away from those kind of things. So having someone who can't help themselves and make spreadsheets for pretty much anything is super awesome. I see manager bad at spreadsheets. Well, I hate PowerPoints. So there's more. I hate PowerPoints. I hate meetings. Maybe I wasn't good at managing. Well, I don't see how spreadsheets have anything to do with management at all. Once a year you make a budget, but that's just the basic principle for making a budget for a department is the good old DRE principle, which I'm sure you are by now all familiar with. And for the few people who are not familiar with the DRE principle, it is an abbreviation of direct rectal extraction. You basically just pull numbers out of your ass. But it sounds better when you're sitting in a meeting and they ask what basis you've used for your calculation, and you said, I've used the DRE principle, and then go like, because they don't dare look like the idiot who doesn't know what DRE is. And then afterwards you have some team manager from your team, and you explain them and are like, holy shit, is that how it works? Oh yeah, that's how it works. I've pulled it off several times where it's like, oh yeah, I used the DRE principle. Oh, okay. How many? And so, Vichu, your question was, so what did I do if I did not like meetings and PowerPoints and spreadsheets? Well, I guess my manager found out that not much. No. I did. Just because I didn't like it doesn't mean that I didn't do it. Because that was, unfortunately, a big part of it. But what I liked doing as a manager, I think that's a better question. What were the things as a manager that I liked doing? Was doing personal development and coaching, and just helping implement new things, new procedures and stuff, which is basically just coaching, because I shouldn't be the one building at. But the truth is, I didn't have... If I cut away all the crap that most managers insisted on spending so much time on, then I didn't have too much work to do. It was the fact that I had all these crap tasks that took up my time. But when I finally actually managed to not do it, then it was super nice. Then I actually had some time to do some strategic work. And again, which is where you can really set yourself apart as a leader in an organization. We can't be done yet. I think I got enough of those. Like, you always hear from managers that they're too busy to implement new things, or too busy to do basic management tasks. That's because you're always in a meeting, or preparing for the next meeting. Hey, Miss Timothy, happy Friday. Wish we could drag in as in Factorio. That would be nice to drag these power poles here. That's a lot. Please, none of us is as stupid as all of us together. Yes. Hey, Black Hole Chaser, thank you for the Twitch Prime. What an appropriate name for this game. I don't think this doesn't feel particularly slow. The funny thing is how big of a thing I built without testing it. That is such a typical thing for me. Like testing? Nah. We scale up and then we test. Trust. It's more fun to see the whole thing fail than just to see a small thing fail. Lack of item. Kidding me? I'm probably gonna be burning through these faster than I can produce them. Nope, not yet. Yeah, if you don't know what to do at your job, just always set up a meeting. One of the things that really just... Maybe it can serve as a bit of enlightenment to some of you, or maybe you, most likely you already know it, but maybe not know it as in a conscious way. So what happens in a lot of organizations when someone doesn't have enough work to do? You never want to be coming to your boss and say, boss, I might be redundant. I really don't have enough work to do. Because then your boss will go like, really, you're redundant? I'll just save something on that budget of mine. So you want to make sure that you're busy and implementing new initiatives, writing new procedures. And if you're writing a new procedure, or maybe you go to your boss and your boss says, oh, but let's review these procedures. Can you just take a look at those and just make sure they're up to date? That's an idiot boss who did that. Because what happened? You didn't have enough work to do, but now you're going to revise the new procedures for how your department is going to do change management or something else like that, which is heavily procedural. So, can you sit down yourself and just write all that? Nope. You're going to have meetings. And who do you need meetings with? All the busy people. All the busy people of the organization. So, because you didn't have anything to do, and the organization is so afraid of you, and the organization is so afraid of the concept of being idle, you'd rather have your idle resource generate extra work for your busy resource than just have them go like, that's fine, just go home. And it just happens again and again and again and again. And it's so incredibly stupid because it is not, your best resources are always busy, but your least flexible resources, they might have things where they go, you can do this thing, and if this thing is on hold because the project ran out of budget, you don't have anything to do. Then yeah, then those least flexible resources will start coming up with work that generates work for other people. Meetings, reviews, sort of inputs, and then everyone gets busy and busy doing absolutely nothing. That's something that takes a lot of management attention to avoid, because any organization has a tendency to do that. Just over time, like, oh, okay, well, let's clean up our internal procedure for incident handling, because we had this incident that wasn't handled properly, and now someone from the customer side or business side is complaining. So let's make a procedure, and I'll look around. You don't look busy. You are in charge of running a task force to restructure our procedures for incident handling, so that I can go back to our stakeholders and say, here's a new flowchart that we are not going to use, but we're going to put it on SharePoint nested in 17 folders and never look at it again. But you can see we reacted to your complaint. And then everyone's busy doing that for the next month. Does that sound familiar to anyone? Well, the business review yesterday, that was actually useful in some things can be useful, but from an organizational perspective, it's a lot of effort that gets put into things that are not really very important. And I think a good test is to just, whenever you do a task, just ask how it specifically generates value. And then, first of all, if you can't do that, but if it becomes really intangible, like, oh, well, if there's this issue and it could arise, and it probably arises once every half year, and then maybe in that case, and if someone who's new gets the task and they don't know how to do, then, and they can find their way on the SharePoint, they could look up the process and see that they need to talk to a guy who isn't there anymore. Right, where's the value again? I've wondered why we have million processes that really no one follows. Yeah, but it's also, look at it from another perspective. It's also a strategic stalling tactic. Someone from another department wants you to do something that you don't want to do, like test your stuff before throwing it in production. Then you just ask the test department, if you have a specific department, which is, but anyway, then you just make some procedures. Can you just highlight the procedure for us, and then call the meeting, and they'll start drawing on the whiteboard. You go like, no. I need this to be something that is scripted and has it been approved by change management and by architecture and by finance. And when you get that, you can come back to us. Otherwise, in the meantime, we'll just be throwing things in production and hoping for the best. So yeah, that's another part of it. Everyone loves cheese? Nope. I don't like cheese. Like, you're sitting there, you're building up a nice Terran base, and then suddenly you're just building workers, and suddenly 6 circlings comes at you like 3.5 minutes into the game. Like, what the hell? What the hell? I'm building battle cruisers, all right? Stop ruining my game. No one likes cheese. Architecture department. Yeah. Don't you have enterprise architecture? Depends on, of course, on how big you have an organization. I don't think I've seen any big companies that don't have some kind of architecture department, in terms of either calling it enterprise architecture or business architecture. So business architecture is, of course, something else, but enterprise architecture. And it also makes good sense in sort of consolidating the IT landscape when you have thousands upon thousands of of products in your portfolio, then you kind of need someone to have the overall, so that not every little business unit buys the same thing, but you're kind of like, yeah, well, we are going to use Salesforce as our CRM, so you are not going to be buying this thing just because you know the owner and you can get a discount. You have to use Salesforce like the rest of the enterprise, for example. Makes good sense, but it's not something that speeds up the decision processes. I just think it's boring to work in a big company. Things are so slow. Oh, lack of item again. I just keep running out of item. But this is the last one. We're actually almost done. That's crazy. Let's take some of these. And half of that. Dash of that. Alright, so here's the big question. Will it work? Or will I have forgotten a single inserter somewhere that's critical for something, or the flow of some of the belts are pointed the wrong way, or some other stupid thing like that? The thing is, and that's kind of the disclaimer here. I've been in corporate IT for a long time. 10 years, 9 years. Let's not exaggerate. 9 years. And I can see all the flaws, but I'm not so blind as to, or so naive as to think that there is an easy way to get around it. It's a big ship. It turns really, really slowly. That's just the way it is. A small team can react so fast, but that just doesn't have the scale to do this game. So it's a bit unfair for me to sort of keep harping on them poor corporate IT drones, because it's not so simple to find a solution. How do you achieve speed and cohesion in the organization? You can't achieve cohesion without someone having an overview and can affect sort of the decisions, but that means everything goes through few decision places. That is amazing, that one. That is insane. Woohoo! Look at that. And finally it's daytime. Boop. I'm gonna land here, and then I'm gonna take my first short break of today. It's gonna be a bit more than two minutes. Because the kids are not exactly sleeping, and I just need to help them a bit, brush their teeth and that kind of thing. So yeah, let's do save first. 69. So from here on, we're going to do electronic circuits, we're going to do smelting, and get that set up so we can actually get this operational. And this is also the processes needed for the quantum chips. So we're actually making good strides on the quantum chips as well, which is nice. Cool. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Feel free to use the 2 minutes to come up with your favorite corporate horror stories or any other horror stories you feel like sharing. get into another mattress fight. No. Just had to help the kids make a pillow fortress for them to sleep in tonight. It takes a bit of time. Whew. Why do you assume he even wears socks? I don't wear socks. One of the 2 jobs that I know and that have this perk, which is a great perk of my job, and your job probably doesn't have it. And I'll tell you the other job. The other job is a warrior tank in WoW Classic. What is it? Pants are optional. I don't need to wear pants when I'm working. Taunting, that's another big part of it. Okay, so we now know whether we have to make 120, and that means I need 240 of the green ones. And yeah, that's the one I need to do. I go to work in shorts. Yeah, I could go to work without shorts, so I got you beat on that one. Alright, let's make the green ones. I think we can make 2 greens on this location here. Actually, I think we can make more. No, there's only room for 2. Good. Can you prove that you have legs? They have legs? Yes. I think there might be a picture posted at some point where I had legs. I mean, that doesn't mean that I have legs anymore, but at least it proves that I used to have legs. Maybe I sprouted tentacles in the meantime. You never know. Being too affiliated with Chaos has those kind of perks associated. What? It's 36 now, and you're in Norway. Okay, yeah, it's probably 36 in here. I don't know. I wouldn't even know how to. But it's really, really hot. And it's not just because of there's a hot guy in here, but it is just really warm. Should try to create a chatbot replacing me in team meetings. Sure, that shouldn't be. I mean, I don't know how active you are, but it shouldn't be too difficult. Alright, so what is it we want to do? We want to make... Here? That one. It takes 2 iron out. Okay, yeah, that's an easy build. I don't know where these are coming from. Weird. Anyway, they are coming. That's how confident I am that I can just build this. And this one is consuming 3 per second. So I can only make it 10. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Well, that was not much. Yeah, but okay. And how much does this make? This makes 60. Okay, good. Damn, that's an easy pattern. Nice. So I need, this is 60, then I need 6 of these. Okay. In, out. Out. Oh. Got it. And we built all of these again. And back. And back. And then we wait for all of this to be done. Hello, Nipe. Good. Not enough resources is mostly a Fusioneer's problem. Oh yeah. I don't think that we're gonna run out of resources. Oh, hold on. That's not good. It's funny that when you're deconstructing, when you have this part you can drag, but this one you can't drag. 1, 2, 3. Whoa, something is amiss. There. Got nearly 110, 43 Celsius earlier this summer. Where is that located? The block sort? You're making a hedgehog. Well, not really. If I use the... what are they called? Satellites. These ones. Then it would definitely be turning into a hedgehog with all those spikes out. Satellite power. But I don't. So it won't. Have an affinity for these small ones. Okay, so that's 2. Did I put that in all of them? Yeah, I did. Cool. And then it's... here. And here. And I need more belts or more... It's gonna take up as much place as... What? 1, 2... Oh! I missed one. I needed one over here as well. So I need 240 of these. That's not so bad. I have no idea how big this is gonna be, so... Haven't we been up here gathering stuff before? Anything else running out? Maybe. Maybe. Well, maybe this is also gonna help consume our power, because we have way too much power in this system here. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. Hmm? 1, 2, 3, and then the 4th one. There. I think the build speed in this game is actually pretty fine. Of course, when you need to build like many of the same, then it does get a bit tedious, but it's still nothing compared to Satisfactory. I so badly want to make a mega base in Satisfactory, but then I start planning and then I go like, no, I don't. No, that's not what I want actually. One, 2, 3, 4, whatever. There. Yeah. I have to say this, but in my game, I'm using yours. Hopefully, hope you don't. You have no copyright, or no. That's kind of the opposite of what I want. For example, in Factorio, have a bit bigger presence there. Well, maybe not. Maybe relatively, I don't have a bigger presence in Factorio. But it's whenever someone says like, "Oh, I'm making a city block base," and it's just become such a ubiquitous term that everyone knows what a city block base is, and that it's what it conceptually is, and it's just a thing, and I feel proud of that. Because that was something which was very, very, very deliberately branded for me. And so whenever someone uses, it's just a huge compliment to me. I'll take it as a compliment at least. I really want to try blueprints. Yes, absolutely. Count to 10. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. One, 2, 3, yeah. Remember to reprint this one again. And the last one of these. I have no idea how I'm going to be doing this as a YouTube episode, because I'm not going to build this again. And especially when we get to the mining operations. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. And then power poles. And that is 240 of these ones. The green circuits. Funny how they're green circuits, but they just obviously they are. Well, again, guess like those print plates things are green anyway. So that is green circuits. Now we need to figure out this one. Every one of these takes 2 of these ones, right? What are they? Microcrystalline components. And each one of these takes 2 silicon. So every one processor takes 4 silicon. And then 1 copper. And on top of that, it also takes 2 green circuits. Each green circuit is, moving over here, 1 more green, 1 more copper. So it looks like, and please help me out on this one because it sucks if I get it wrong. 1 processor in raw materials is 4 silicon, 2 copper, and 2 iron. Yeah? 4, 2, 2? Yeah. Oh no, I forgot to say, hey Clowntown, good evening, good to see you. Check my Etsy page for latest and hottest DSP blueprints. What? You can buy the NFTs of my blueprints. So maybe lots of them can have it, but you'll be the one who owns the NFT. And then you know, your heart of hearts, that you are the smarter one. Except everyone else knows that you're the stupid one. But you know, in your heart of hearts, you know you're the smart one. What? 2 iron, 3 copper, 8 silicon for 1 processor. One processor is 2 microcrystalline thingies, right? One of these is 2. That cannot be 8. That cannot be 8. And then each one of these is 1 copper. And it's 2. So it's actually 2 copper here plus one more copper there, so it's actually 3 copper. It's 432. 432. How can something that simple be so difficult? 432. And then I just need to multiply the whole damn thing with 120, and then I should be good to go. Eight silicon ore. Oh, silicon ore. Yeah. Who cares? All right. I think it's time for us to establish a mining operation in this location, and I think the mining operation will be here. Iron, copper, not silicon, titanium. Where do we have the silicon? We have in total 93 silicon. But whoops. There, that's a good silicon place, and also good copper. But silicon is probably going to be on PTHR or from PTHR. So let's think though. This one has silicon, but nothing else interesting. Partner. Partner? That's Patrick, for anyone who is in doubt. I'm thinking. It's not quick. Regal Pain, thank you for the 3 months. Rift Breaker. Alright, so you know what, I'm gonna be coming back to Rift Breaker. I just need to get started on the next project. Because if I don't get started on the next project, then I'm gonna get confused. There you are. Alright, partner. Patrick, you will be a smelting planet. I'm gonna, let's see, maybe, or PDHR, I don't know. One of you. One of the P's. 2 P's in a pod. We'll go to PDHR, he's closest, or I know where he is. There you go. Let's see what kind of industry we have here. Ooh, beautiful. That looks like we're mining stuff. Huh. That looks like we're actually... not a lot of it, but some of it. Ah, yeah, no. What? What the hell are we doing here? What is this? It's such a weird thing to have here. What are you doing here? I really feel that there should be something else. Like, why did I decide to build it here? Because I have a... It makes no sense. Oh, I remember. Remember when I'd selected the wrong planet? I wanted to make optical grading crystal. Yep. Hence the reason why there is such an active transport between these two, at least there were before. Okay. I think this is better served as a smelting planet. Whoa, Libratus, thank you. Gifting forward 5 gift subs from Tekivara, thank you. Wow, thank you so much. Just like that. Yeah, I made an absolute mess of this. I think this one has to be a smelting planet. Hey, Nicole, thank you for the Twitch Prime. I don't like this. I just don't like it. I like this even less. But, you know, we have a bit of space here, so let's just deal with that. Still smelting graphene. Up, fall, drop down. There. That is on the line. So that one's good. This one. Okay, let's start building stuff. First things first. Yep. That's the one we need. Oh, I do have a few. Ah, how do we do this? We had like a weird design for this. Do I have some? I only have 18 of those. We definitely need more. Let's see, where is that? That's gonna be here. Let's request some. Good stuff. 200. We're gonna need more power for this one. Oh, it's only the fractal silicon I'm picking up. It's not actually the silicon. Use the MK1 in its recipe. I don't know. Does it? Yes, it does. And then a lot of other expensive stuff. Alright, so we're gonna see if we can rebuild the stuff that I already had done. Yeah. See if I can remember this. Ah! I don't like this. This is gonna be here. So between these two, I need 15. 1, 2, well, it doesn't matter. I just drag 15. See, that's not great, though. I guess that's the best. No, not the best. Least bad location. I love that it's just... I don't have to select... Selecting... Oh, that's it. Oh, now I know what I feel is missing. It's missing the exchanges. But we're gonna get the power from a different source here. It shouldn't be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, hold on. It's 15. Because you can only drag 15. Oh, power's dead. It's dying. Okay, that's cool. That's exactly what I wanted. And let's go for... Just get this one. And then we'll make this into a beautiful location with just a nice little ring of ray receivers around here, which should take care of the power for a very long time. I love that I'm building it sort of... Yeah, I'm building it neat to start with, right? Gotta get them. No one saw that. And I think I'm gonna go up from this one. So let's get something Dyson sphere, that one. How? How did that suddenly... What? Is this accurate? For production lines, you put the vessel's warpers in the requesting tower, but for the hot temple, they have to go into supply tower. Yes, that's correct, Notorious. Why? Because I will have, for normal production, I will have, like, smelting, I will have a lot of towers providing materials, and I don't want those to be, those can be far away, and I don't want to have an extensive power draw on those planets, and feeding vessels with warpers takes 3 gigawatts of power, gigajoules of power, whoops, gigajoules of energy. Thought you got me. And I don't want that to be on a small planet that's just has a bit of solar panels, a few exchanges. So I want that to be on my smelting planet, because a smelting planet will then request. It means that they have to fly out and back again. Sure, don't care. So far, that hasn't really made a difference. And that means I can control where I have the excessive power draw. Instead of having it on faraway smelting planets, then I have it on the centralized smelting planets. Well, that was less than ideal. At least I'm consistently off. Why did I not check this? Is that yellow science used to draw the line? It is indeed. Look at it. So the color of the planet is decided by the patron who is getting the named. And then I have my little hub, the nice purple and a yellow gold rim around it. Yeah, that's not what I want. Here we go. Try again. I do that for all my planets. And yes, it means that it takes a bit longer to set them up. But I hope that I'm compensating by the slowness of my builds by sort of having super consistent builds that are easy for you to decipher what's going on when you see me build it, right? Alright, so how much does that take? We don't know yet, but it's probably going to reserve about a gigawatt of power, which should be enough to get us started. Well, have a good. Thank you, Libertas, for your gift subs. Just after a funeral of family member. I'm so sorry to hear that. My condolences. Thank you for spending time here. Hope we could cheer you up a bit. It is difficult. All of you will have better mood today. Thank you, and you're always welcome. So, you take care of yourself, and I'll be here. That one, get those. There. See if I can figure this out. I probably can. Well, that was the easy part. That one. Go back. It's not as easy to build, unfortunately, as the other one. But it's half as much infrastructure, so I think that's, in and of itself, a good thing. In.
A new subscriber. Come, steal yourself.
Unfortunately, with this build, we have to fix a few of them. There. So these two are not working very well. I mean, they're working quite okay. Good. Gord Prince Things. Thank you for the Twitch Prime. Welcome. Well, have a good and wonderful time in life. As you doing 10 minutes prep to save hours of wasted time. That's more than good enough. Yep, I think that's... Hopefully that's also how it pans out. And then we need the power. This is now where we have to use these. And they're going to be on number 1, 2, and 3 from both sides, because that's the most symmetrical pattern. That is our smelter tier 2. And it fits within a... What's it called? What is that called? Planetary sector. Yes, between the meridians, a planetary sector. That's what we called it. This one, scale up, scale up. There. Cool. And you're just going to be local demand. No global demand, right? This is the one that has 31. Yeah, you know what? I could put some global demand as long as it's not... See, this is also another advantage. I can now do remote demand, and if I had anywhere in the galaxy any one of these miners that had warpers and vessels, they would instantly fly here, which is not what I want. I want to control where this one's getting from. This one is only allowed to get from inside the system because I have 93 million, so I'm going to get it from this system. So by controlling it from here, I guarantee that I only get what I want. And I like getting what I want. Blueprints. Give me blueprints. I wonder if I could build it. There. Oh, okay, that's wrong. There you go. It's completely incorrect. There. I'm just trying to see if I can find a way to make this build in an easier way. One, two, three, four. This. That was easy. How? What? Why? What? That's something is definitely not working here. Okay, just the new pattern takes a while to get used to. Oh, up here. That's where I want it, right? Yes. I have no idea if this is correct, so I'm just gonna delete it and take the other one. Boop and boop. Alright, that took a while to figure out. Did it turn on the processor build? Yep, processor build is done and open and all that stuff. Oh, and by the way, this is producing 60 plus 60. How much did we need? Oh no, that's so much. That's so much. I needed 120 processors, but it's times 4. So it's 100 times 4. That's 480 in total. Because that's a reasonable number. And this is, who knows what it is. Each of those is 30, right? Let's see. Yeah, 30. So it's 60 plus 60 plus another 60 now. If I can kind of get this a bit quicker. Let's start it with this one. To go all the way out there and then go to that location. 6 towers, What? 6 towers? Is that it?
Illustrious
No.
champion returns. Welcome home.
60 plus 60, that's 120. Oh, that's actually not so bad. That's not bad. Eh. Sashini, thank you for the 12 months, a full year. Thank you. That's actually not so bad. Is it 1, 2, 1, 2, 2, 2? There, maybe? One, two, three, four. It is important for me to build this one first. Shouldn't that be the same as this one? Should be. And that one. That one. So that's halfway. 60 plus 60 plus 60, that's 120. Oh, 180. Okay. That's okay. That's actually not... Oh, okay. I think it's actually down here I wanted. Yep. Finally caught up with the feedback on Riftbreaker at the start of the stream. I'm glad you liked it. I actually really liked the chat integration when it was working. Yeah. So, Baked Beans, you've been following it a bit more intensively than I did. So, how bad did I play? And I don't know if you were sort of there at the end, but I really felt that the end boss was completely, or the end fight was completely overtuned compared to everything else in the game. I don't know if that's, I can't say your experience, I don't know if you had the chance to play it. Build the east wall. It didn't matter. It really didn't matter what I did. There was nothing I could have done. Oh, I did feel that it was a bit empty, this spot here. It's kind of difficult to... There. Okay. Now... Not much blue color here. Why is it always nighttime? I mean, you'd think that there would be at least as much daylight as there's nighttime. I have no idea if this is blue or not. It's not really blue. You use mines a lot more effectively than I did, so... Well, in hand-to-hand part, but you need 4 extra turrets in your base. Yes, that's... And there's just no indication that you need that. But of course, experience. You play it once and then you go like, oh, it's a different kind of beast. And then you play it differently next time, so... I guess there's that part. Alright, let's see if I can remember the... See if we can get into a habit of building this one a bit quicker than previously. It just takes a bit of time for this to go into sort of muscle memory on how to build this. Okay, that's fast. You build in the wrong direction. Did I build in the wrong direction? Out, in, out. Out, in, out. No, I built it correctly. Still not super happy about the way that it's... There's no preparation in the main part of the game for that end fight that's so out of whack with everything else. So how are you supposed to know that you need to build triple walls? Because nothing has prepared you for it. All you've been told is that if you do this, the end fight will be weaker. And you do it, and then the end fight is still like 10 times what you would reasonably expect. So yeah, but you know, that's not detracting from how the game plays. That's just something that's super easy for them to fix or change if they want to, or not if they don't want to. And then it's just something that's how you play the game. So definitely not something that meaningfully detracts. Oh, you all know that this is the easy part. The tough part is when we need to set up the mining operation to support all of this crap. What? How is that not allowed? Come on. Yeah, so it's definitely a game that I'd want to play when it comes out. Unless you are one of the developers, then I'm definitely not playing it when it comes out. Unless, of course, there's another sponsored stream coming. Why not? How's power? Well, power's not a problem because we're not really producing anything. Oh, look at how dense this is gonna be. Ah! Aha! Get in here! Thank you. Give me some more. And that is actually all the smelting we need for this part. For now. Yep, I'm just checking that there are. Woohoo! Alright. You need 8 towers. Oh! Really? Really, really? Because it's not gonna fit in here. Hmm. S 60 plus 60 plus 60 is 180. And that's another 180. That's 360. And I need 480. Not done. Hey, look at this. It's daytime. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Another planetary sector filled up to the brim with this stuff. So, how much do we need to mine here to support it? A lot, I guess. Okay, so it's turned out not to be as bad to build this as the first one. The first one took forever to build, but this is actually okay. Is it here yet? No, it is. Let's get it. Get that. Get that. And all good. Last one of these. And then it's on to the next weird thing that we need. think I can't support this. That's not correct. Undo. Top one. And top one. Bottom one. And bottom one. That should be enough. And then get this one, this one, this one. Got it. All of this is now done. And I should hopefully probably try to get all of these in here. How much do I have? I have 31.6 million. So let's count how many we have. With the Unicorn active, because I had to catch up on 2 VODs. Riftbreaker was one was good. Power's not aligned. Ah. Oh, definitely not. There. How do we do this like the easiest way that takes the least time to do? Come on, I need you in there. This is what always happens. I just need this one just a bit more. There we go. That's fine. 1, 2, 5. 3, 6, 10. Okay. Oh, I don't like that. Why did you do it? Why did you change that? And instantly as this one comes in, it'll start being picked up. Yep. That is 3.7 million. Range utilization, we are working on level 10. So that's not a good answer. The better answer is ore consumption is down to 57%. That sucks. It's pretty bad. That one. Here and there. I know that some of you are cringing on the fact that I don't just pull it directly in there, but man's gotta have his principles. Oh, how much was that? That was, I want to figure out how many there are in total. This is 3.8. Okay, so we're above 7 million tapped already. Whoa, what? What? Who did that? Someone just abandoned ship midway due to no reason at all. That's a bit of a pit of despair. There should be a tractor in it. That's what populates pits of despair. Its own full belt. Okay, yeah, I'm not gonna do that. That's... I didn't set up input. Oh, right, the... Yeah, I guess I didn't. How big is this planet? How many times have I run around it by now? Ta-da! Alright, good. Bit of a distraction, but a necessary one. Well, not it really, but 3.3. 2, 3. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And now I can see that it makes sense to not do 4 belts here. So I think I can do 2 belts. Well, let's just see. This one... Oh, I don't know. Hold on. There was a comment about... Good. Sorry. If each miner covers 6 veins and there are 4 miners on one belt, it'll be saturated at vein utilization 15. Oh! Yeah, I mean 15, that's gonna take a while, but... Actually, that's... Thank you. Perfect. Then I am gonna say it's gonna be saturated at 15 and then just leave it at that. Cool. That's a really nice benchmark. Ooh, a gleaming endowment. Thank you, Alexander. Thank you for just 1,000 bits. A bomb in my Factorio world. Thank you for that. And on level 32 minus, yeah, level 30 is a bit out of reach. Okay, so I was at 7 million, so we're above 10 million. Let's call it like 10.5 million. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 and 8. In. And if we pretend that these belts are going to be saturated, then we can say each mine will have 2 saturated belts inbound. That's going to be a long shot from where we need to be. And how much was this one? 3.5, so let's call it 14 million in total. Yeah, and I don't really care about small optimizations for this part. That's fine. Mine speed caps? No, I don't think it caps. I just think that at that point you're not using any minerals because it rounds to 0. So hard to argue why you would want it faster. You can still get it faster, but you can't get more out of it. as far as I understand, but I haven't been to level 51 yet. There, and here. Okay, so 14 million plus 3.7, so let's call it 17 point something, almost 18 million. Did I get it? Yes, I did. Oh, every time we do this, there's always I wish there was an easier way. Yeah. That's good. That's another, was 17.5, so that's 3.1, so that's 20.5 million. Still a few more left. There. It was so close. Alright. Tap all resource range or don't. There's not some. That's the also, but I do it for each type because on this planet, copper, I could do it here, but I certainly don't want to tap iron here because that's a waste. I mean, there's only one, but it doesn't really serve a purpose. I'll get the iron from somewhere else where there's more than 1 million per batch. Almost out. Since this is such a cumbersome thing to do, then I don't want to, for example, tap the stone here if I don't know if I'm going to need the stone. I'll take it when I need it, and then I'll take all of one resource. That is 3.5 million. Additionally, that was 20, so it's 24 million now. Okay, so we go this way for the next one. What was the total? That was 31. Okay, let's see. For green and purple bolts. What? Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And that's the last one, so get some more. It's rare that we tap these, but hey, it would suck if we ran out while we were doing some important stuff like this. Two, 3, 4, 5. Hmm? Oh, damn. Yeah, definitely don't want it to get more than we need of this. That was 24, so that's... let's call it 28. That means I should have one untapped one. There's a mod with super fast belts. Ah, okay, yeah, but I'm not using mods because then I can't go on the overlay. There. No. If you see it, just yell at me. There we go. Okay, so that is... no clue. Maybe back this way? Nope. Certainly nope. There. Okay, so it is along the equator, but back. Break. Yeah, I'm gonna... did I miss a break? Yes, I missed a break. Damn it. I'm gonna set this one up since this is the last one. And then it's a good time to do a break because then I get a save when everything is set up. That's nice. Should I need that? Cool. There. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. And then I'll take a break. Once we then come back, then we have the... we have this part. What do we then need? Then we need the iron and the copper. But it'll be a really nice supply for this area here as well. Oh, that was bad. You can be... there? Sure. There and... there. And looks like we're already out of power. Oh yes. Cool. Whew. There we go. I am going to take a short break, then we'll be back. We got silicon up and running. That goes in to make the... I think we actually have processors now. Alright. I'll try to catch up. I will be back. Oh, save. Save. I'll save first. Oh, no one said nice when I did my 69 save. How did you miss it? What does that say? We'll let it run for a bit and then we'll see how the stats say when we come back. So, see you guys back in 2 minutes. Hello, welcome back. Yeah, so the kids, they're sleeping in their pillow fort, except they're not sleeping, because as much as they love the idea of sleeping in a pillow fort, it's just too different, so they are still awake. Of course. Alright, let's have a look at the stats. On a 10-minute might be a bit... Yep, went from nothing to a lot. On a 1-minute cycle here, I am producing more than I'm consuming. Map mode, and left yourself flying. You can shift click and the mech will go there on autopilot. Okay. And here we're producing 8,000. That's half of what we consume here, but it looks like we're producing more than we're consuming sort of consistently here. That's good. There might be some lag on the transport part, but it seems good. Obviously we can't keep up with stuff here, but I think we will eventually, maybe, hopefully, kind of. Yeah. Alright, let's move. Oh, right, you know why it's not working? That's why it's not working. Let's have a look at this. You are drawing power. You can easily get another row of this. Love it. There. Oh, can it... It fits? Oh, that's so cool. Without problems even. I like these. I like him. Except for the fact that I can't tell the difference between one and the other type. Yeah. So that doubles it, and it was consuming 1 gigabyte gigawatt before, so there should be a bit more than 2 gigawatts now. Okay, I'm liking it. Drawing more from the Dyson swarm, that's good, and they should be seeing power being close enough, but it will slowly, as they get sort of the continuous part here increases, it will... That's not much continuous part. Huh. Oh, the green lenses. I don't want to use the green lenses for this. Yeah, I'm not going to use the green lenses. We're going to let it be like that, and I think it's going to be fine. Let's have a look at... oh, right. This is just... here. Shipped off. That's good. And then... let's go back to the other planet. That was, and the Gareth planet, we did that. Hold on, let me just think. Okay, we're just going back here just to test things. Just to see if something is working. Obviously, but neither iron or... oh, it's just flying so fast, this orbit. Something is working. Yep. And up here we're getting the minuscule amounts of that I need. These are actually being produced, but it's the processes that are not keeping up. Let's have a look at the processes. They should be starting over here. Warp speed throttle to responses. I did it on the long warp, but I didn't do it on this warp. Yeah, okay, this might actually not be able to keep up. This is keeping up easily. Okay, well that's... well, I guess there are other problems as well. There. Cool. So that will be something. Build more pylons. Is our power dead? Power is kind of not doing so hot. So we'll build one more line of the ones we had. I have 38, which is definitely not enough. 1, 2, 3, 4. That one. We're gonna need a lot of these. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. What's everyone's favorite milestone? First ILS, of course. Pretty obvious. Obviously, right? There. Ta-da! That should give us enough power. And it'll get better. Cool. So it looks like we have everything here that we want, but we actually don't. We don't. So let me see what I have in large quantities here. I have pretty good iron and copper. That's actually insanely good everything here. Why is this not being used for something then? Iron, copper and titanium are really good here. Why did I not use this planet for... That's what I say. It's really difficult to find the ideal smelting. I mean, we're going to continue with PTTR being a smelting planet, but... Or was it partner? Did we go to partner or to... I can't remember. It must be this one. There's a... I have no idea. This is a Gobi. We didn't go to a desert. We went to an Ashen Gellisol, right? Which one did we just spent 2 hours or at least 1 hour on a planet, and I can't remember which one was. Wasn't it partner? I thought it was PTTR because PTTR was green, was blue. Oh yeah, there was this one. You can see the silicon is dropping. Okay, so this one is our smelting planet. This one should then be... Didn't I have one more? That one. That's going to be our mining. Yeah. 50 plus 50. Mining is going to be here. Let's set course to that one. Give it a name, set it up, and then get some mining operations going. Shout out to the sponsors. Thank you very much, all Patreon supporters who are supporting the channel. It is super awesome. Thank you very much, and we are here. Oh, that sucks. Okay, this is gonna be a mining planet. North. Why drinking? Are we drinking? What's the... What is the drinking game? Warp juice. All right, yes, warp juice. Yeah. I remember, kind of. It's the first one that's 3 deep, so that's that one. And then it goes into there. No. One more.
Welcome back. Your steadfast loyalty is greatly
Welcome back. Yotha Games, thank you for the 4 months. This is the first one with 4. Here. And then the power poles. Very important that it's slightly off. There. And it should not be like this one, because then I can't build the sorter that I need to do for the exchanges. I will bring in exchanges as one of the first things. Probably not the first things, but one of. Alright, so let's bring stuff in. Number 1. Probably actually a good idea to time this just to get a sense of how fast slow it is. That was one. Miners. Let's be greedy and take two. And the big one. I'm not going to use them, but consistency. Just wasting 100 of these just to be here for consistency's sake. I love it. That is a typical me thing. Also, these ones probably not going to be used for anything. That was number 4. That was 4, and then that's number 1, and then that's number 5. 5 is the stuff that I don't want to take, but we'll still mark it here for no reason. And number 6, that one. That one has to be supply in case. Right here. Why is it always like this? It's because I'm not really building it properly. I hate the fact that I have to build it here. And then we have this one, which will take all the good stuff. Let's see if we have more expertise on building this one. And what else do we want? We don't need more of these. I have the ones I need. I will, however, maybe... No. I don't think I need it. I'll do that. Cool. So from this one, this is the one I want to make. Wouldn't it just be ray receivers? Ah, yeah, I know. I just like, I want to build this one. But you're right. You're absolutely right. 200. It's gonna be ray receivers. Alright, let's mine this in here and get it into the usual purple color. All the way up there. Oh wow, that's not a lot of what else? Yep. I am not setting the value there until it comes in. Oops. Please don't. There. And then that should be able to go all the way back. There. And then I need to build... You can make a new concrete build on one of these planets. Absolutely. Absolutely. It's just, again, one of those things where it's going to take at least 20 minutes to build. Probably maybe more, but it's going to be on the smelting plant, because the smelting plant should be smelting iron, steel, and stone. So I have all the things available, but until I need iron, steel, and stone built, then I'm not going to build it, and then only once I have those built, then I'll start making it. That's how it goes. All of this is done. That's the one. And I now take this one out, and then I can At least it's gonna start looking a bit better. There we go. And oh no, that's a disaster. It's a disaster. How am I gonna build anything when I have that there? I actually have to fly back and pick up some copper. Oh, sorry, some concrete. Maybe partner will have something for us. That sucks. Partner. Thank you, patrons. Oh, I'm flying the completely wrong way. What the hell's going on? Oh, we didn't have a name that. Okay. Right, if you don't want to visit, then I'll fly to PJR. Thank you, patrons. Yeah, I want to break. I would like to drink an Invisibir, but I've had 2 for dinner, so I think that's gonna be enough for me. And then I've actually just decided that I'm not gonna be drinking on stream, except on very rare occasions. Not like a principle or anything. It's just that, you know, is it really necessary? And I need to look up what the name of my Sabatron 2 should be, because we do need a better name than Sabatron 2. Did you set up Warpers as your concrete provider? Probably not, but I cannot even remember where my concrete provider is, so I do have issues in that regard. There we go. Get that one. Fly straight through the sun. What could possibly go wrong? Nothing could possibly go wrong, apparently. And then deselect the arrow so it doesn't confuse me, because it will, and I will do that one. Okay, name of the planet. It's exciting. Who do you think it is? I don't know. I'll check. Dyson program, sponsor. Well, that's not it. Oh, Patreon sponsors. There we go. Last one was Gareth. Oh, it's unfortunately not someone you don't know. It's someone who's rarely here and has had very little impact on this community. That guy. I don't know if you know him. Yeah. Them. Gotta be unspecific these days. Thank you, Timbo. That is super nice of you. On top of all the other cool things, you're also a Patreon supporter. And let's get some of... And this is where you might go like, but do you really need to build this solar panels? Yes, I do. Is the answer to that question. Yeah. Planet name lower left did not change. It just takes a bit of time to update, I'm sure. It'll update probably when I get off the planet and come back on, or I don't know, something. Or maybe it just didn't update at all. That's a lot of birds in the background. No, it's fine. It just didn't update yet. See? No. Oh, that's funny. Wonder if that... Okay, never seen that before. But then again, I haven't really paid attention to that. How was that good enough before, but then not good enough now? I don't get it. Yep. Where are my intersections? Where are my intersections? I'm really blinded by this. The birds are going nuts. My house as well. Yeah. The frogs will take over later. All right. They got a time to. Oh, and I woke up, or more specifically, the kids woke. Well, I woke up as well. We all woke up at 3:30 this morning by some weird sound that we couldn't pinpoint. That was it sounded a bit like really far away, someone honking, but it was too close to be someone honking really far away, obviously. But it could also like sound like something metal against metal that was just, I mean, imagine like a swing that was just, and it's just, and it was, we could not pinpoint where it was. And it was just, sometimes it felt like on one side of the house, sometimes on the other side of the house. Yeah, it was weird. Yeah, the lava plants rocking on the rocks, that's not great. 19 million of the, what are they called? Soil piles. The most hated feature, probably. That's too much. That's perfect. Goodbye, soil. I have a 19 million. It's not gonna go goodbye just because of this little mediocre planet here. This is not gonna eat much of our soil. And that is one line. Still not. It needs to go at least 10% before it starts doing anything. Still more. There. Have you discovered any of the scarlet ice? Nope, I have not, unfortunately. I'd love to, they look beautiful. And definitely we would try our very best to not cover it in concrete. At least not immediately. That. Try to manually destroy some rocks on this planet. No thanks. Because then I have junk in my inventory, so I prefer not. What? Pull one tile off. What? Pull one tile off? What are you talking about? Oh, not the... The last power pole. Alright, alright. I mean, I have to. Happy? A planetary blueprint. Smack. Done. Just fly around. That would be lovely. Then I'd need more drones for sure to take care of this faster. You know, it's... I might have to do several blueprints. I really, really hope that there will be like a Factorio thing where you can export blueprints somehow. Oh yeah, let's always look from the other side. Undo, undo, undo. Then we can really start on master classes and stuff like that, with everything within the planetary sector. The 8 is 323. Yes, it is. Okay, that was not for me. That was for someone questioning why I did it that way. Yeah, this one is bigger, so I need another pattern. If I did it like in the middle, 1, 2, there, then it doesn't reach. So the best I can do is this one for it to reach. And yay! Back again. Onwards. Now the equator. That needs to be bigger. 1, 2, 3, 4. Or not. One, 2, 3, 4. Two, 3, 4. Maybe that's a good idea to build these now, so it's easier when I rock around again. Again, maybe not necessary to do this, but on the other hand, it gives me just this overview of the planet, and I really feel that it's my planet now when I do this. Any tip to acquire organized skill like yours was just urge to perfection? It's... I think it's very much about recognizing when one thing is just a proclivity you have or don't have, and trying to be someone you're not is probably not great. And I'm not organized in many things, but there are some things like this that I like, high level organization. But it's actually not so much about, oh, I know what I need. It's more about not wanting to redo things over and over again. And it's just so obvious that so many hacks become permanent solutions and you pay for it later. If I hadn't done my hub, for example, then I would constantly be flying back and forth, and I would curse every time I would have to fly back and forth because, oh my god, I really should be building this automated, and then I wouldn't be building it automated, and I would still be cursing about not having it automated. Instead, I just automate it. I know that then it's going to take some time, but then I have something that is neat. Also, when we're then building things together, for example, specifically for the YouTube, then it's really nice to just know that I have the planets look the same, they perform the same way, I can access the same materials from all planets. I think that's neat. It's also making it sort of a more consistent story that I tell. Now I have watched other content creators. I can't watch much, but I try once in a while just to see if there are some neat tricks I can learn. And I just see too much of, well, I'll just drag this one over here, and I'll just do this one, and this is fine, and it's not good. And I think a big part of it, and this is where the advantage is streaming, a big part of it is sort of the desire to not waste your time, which I also feel very much. Oops. Like, oh, I really should be making sure that I have enough forward momentum. I can't be spending the next 30 minutes on putting solar panels and power poles on because you demand better entertainment. Guess this is just what you get. He has a master's degree. I technically actually have 2 master's degrees. So so I don't think if that argument helps one way, then it also helps the other way. 2 master's degree, and all I do is play video games. Ugh. Ugh. What a waste. He's like, organized. Thank you. Demand more solar panels. All right. And it's also it's become sort of a brand thing by now that and it's one of the things that I see when I play a new game that I don't understand or learn and know or anything, then I can't like make perfectly adjusted builds and that kind of thing. Oh man, now I have to go back and find more. Oh no, I don't. This should actually be here by now. Well, some of them. More power. Yeah, so it's becoming more of or also a part of a brand thing, and that's kind of difficult when playing a new game because I don't have the same. I can't skip ahead and be the most knowledgeable on a new game that just came out. Mistakes. And even if I could, I could spend a lot more time on, for example, Dream Engines. But I don't think it's worth it because it's not a game that I intend to spend hundreds of hours in. As soon as Dyson Sphere hit, I knew it was magical. So I had no problem just committing lots and lots of time to it. But Dyson, like Dream Engines, it's a nice game. It's an interesting game, and I'll play it a bit. But then it's gonna be like Industries of Titan. Like, that was fun. Had a good time. I'm sure there's lots of potential for optimization, but I'll leave that to someone else because now I want to do something else, and I hope that's okay. Which means I can't be the best at, or even just really good at. I don't know. That's a bit of rambling here. Hope that makes sense. And that also means when there's a new game, you can't really expect that. I'll still try to do some of my things and try to sort of figure out good patterns. But I won't be having as much as, for example, Dyson Sphere Program or Factorio or Satisfactory, or even to some extent Oxygen not included. Also playing that game pretty well. Who was that? That was MDUP. Thank you for the 3 months. Really? 3 months? Huh. Thought you'd been around for longer than 3. See, that's what happens if with active chatters. They, I feel that they've been around for longer. Precision in Oxygen not included. Confirmed. Yep. Thank you. Appreciate it. I kind of want to play more Oxygen not included. I don't know. I don't know why, but I think it feels a bit like, oh, I really want to get in shape, and I really want to get in that good rhythm of going to the gym and coming back in the good kind of exhausted, and I know that when I get into rhythm I'm gonna love it, but right now I'd rather not. And that's kind of how I feel with Oxygen not included. It's so mentally taxing to get into or back into that investment to sort of get to the enjoyment part. Not that the start is not enjoying, but it's just it can be such a stressful game. And because of that, it's just not really on the top of my list right now. Also don't really know if there's any particular interest in it. So.
A new subscriber. Come
That one?
steal
Yep.
yourself. We are building an
And
army.
we are done with this planet-ish. Yes, thank you for your subscription with Twitch Prime and welcome. So I have another game that is on the that I wanted to play as well, but I couldn't start Riftbreaker, Dream Engines, and Battle Sector at the same time. It's just too many games at once. Did not add up. So I had to let one of them go, and that was Battle Sector, which actually came out today. So I don't know if you're interested in it. It's a turn-based Warhammer 40k game. Turn-based tactical Warhammer 40 game. We played it. You have great news. I can't remember last time you had great news, what it was, but I didn't feel that it... when I brought you to the channel. Alright, so we got something good out of that. Yay, it's done! That's it was a great one-off stream. Yeah, I'd actually like to play it more because I think it's super fun. I just feel that these kind of turn-based games can be... okay, how do I say this? If they are very difficult, then... No, how would I say this? Alright, so let's take it another way. A turn-based game like XCOM is super fun and engaging also to watch because there's always... Everything is just always just at almost success, almost complete failure. And it's balancing on that razor's edge that makes XCOM absolutely fantastic. And Darkest Dungeon for that as well. You can be sitting there going like, oh, come on, miss the shot, hit the shot, depending on whether you want to root for me or against me. Either way, it's always interesting. But I don't think it's gonna be like that for the battle sector. It's gonna be more like slow. Oh, I'm gonna get slowly grinded down, and it's gonna be too much. Or it's gonna be, oh yeah, we're just killing the turnips as they come. It's all good, and that's kind of my point. We don't have a Timbo here tonight, do we? Yes. I came across Neos the other day when he was playing Factorio. I was curious if he was playing with any mods just in the game. That depends on what you watched. And welcome. So, must be new around here. The mods are... For the Twitch stream, those are the mods. For YouTube, it's pretty much the same. Okay, Mr. Timbo, who's not here. What do we think Timbo should be? We'll give him a pink until he comes around and says something. That's a nice color. There we go. That's a really nice color. Lucky him. Puke green. Hey. Well, he can change his mind if he bothers to show up. That lazy scoundrel. 18 million. Yeah, we used 1 million soil. Pfft. Who cares? And let's go. This is going to be our... Soil for water planets, yeah. I really don't have a problem with it. I haven't had any water planets yet, unfortunately. Because water planets, that's where we get the Spiniform, and Spiniform is probably the material I'm missing the most. It is a nice color. Whoops, it's also spilling a bit out there. That should give us plenty of power. Oh, wow. That's beautiful. So I had news with those getting 500 bits. I'll take them back. I asked you when you during that whether what that was it, but then I must have not have seen if your reply to it. Why is this eye cancer? This is a beautiful color. I love it. I love this color. It takes a man to wear a color like that. So you got to be confident in yourself to wear that. There. May look like an eye. No, bloodshot eye then. Okay, so mining, you say. What are the things we want to mine? We want iron, copper, and titanium from this planet. That's it, because we have all of the silicon from the other one, and we don't know where we're going to get stone from. Let's go further out and then see what we have of the whole thing. How much stone? We only have 46, so we'll find wherever we get the 46 from if we need it. And the other thing we don't. And I was like, I'm gonna give. Oh, you got a bonus. You got a bonus. That's really nice. Why did you get a bonus? I mean, not that I doubt. Like, why did you get a bonus? That was not the intonation I was going for. It was more of the, did you do something specific, or is it hush money? Because that's the first thing I come up with. Me is it's hush money. Did you do something good, or is it just a hey, we found some extra cash lying around. You want some? Yeah, but I have good company while I'm doing it, so that's a positive take on why this is not so boring for me. But it does suck. Let's see, how much is in this one? This is 3 point something. Didn't I just do this and now I'm just destroying it already? I think I'll only take the iron first, and then we'll count up. It's what? Oh, that's not working. There. Let's see. I made the firm 500,000 on the employee retention tax credit. That's very nice. And that's there's always, and now I'll come back to my beloved thing on the corporate thing. So it was a spontaneous thing. It was like you did a specific thing. It's not like part of your contract says that you will get a bonus if you don't do something bad over the next year or something like that. So it was a specific thing you did that they specifically said, that was good work. Here you go. You saved us a lot of money. You deserve a tiny bit of it back. Very nice. Hello, tall man. That's pretty cool. Took you about 32 minutes from first power pole to the last receiver. Oh, thank you. I don't know what I can use that time, I can use that comment for. I mean, I think I did ask for it, but more like the hub, how long it takes to set up a hub. But you're right, it's And what is this? This is 3.8. So we have 2 of those. Here's another one. Plan set of speedrun? Yeah. Unfortunately not. But the thing is, like, I think this is gonna last a very long time. Like this one here, this build, it's 50 million. I can't even imagine if I'm gonna be ever be using more than 50 million. It's more about sort of, is it coming in fast enough? Not about, is it gonna run out? Because it's never gonna run out, this one, I think. That is something I think that, I'm not sure, of course, but I think that any Western developer would have escape always take the front away first. Makes no sense. Makes no sense. I cannot imagine why anyone would not do it. So I think that it must be a maybe Chinese keyboard work different or something, and therefore that makes sense to do that, to not do it that way. Or I don't know. I'm just making assumptions because I can't imagine anyone who uses a keyboard the way I do would not see that once and go like, no fucking way. I am. Pop-ups in front should always be escaped first. Three. Focus. Modal dialogues, I guess. Yes. If Baked Beans is here, then he's been working on GUI things, so yeah, it can weigh in on the proper way to do this. That's just my intuition that says that doesn't feel right. Drones vessels, we don't do drones vessels for resources. Never have, never will. One, two, three, four, five, 7. I'll just pretend. More ironium. These are gonna get into conflict. Break boss. Okay. One more. Just, I need one more. One more mining setup. Just one more. Anyone have some new games, upcoming games that they think would be interesting for me to check out? We have a few games now, but I really want to go more into, hey, here's a new game that somewhat fits to the genre of games that we play. And do short let's plays and stuff for that. And then maybe we'll find something new that we'll fall in love with. I honestly think that Riftbreaker might be something we'd want to play more of. It depends on whether I feel that if I feel that I can't really get my personal skills up there, then yes, it must. I'll think about it. I'll think about what the conditions would be, and then I'll come back after the break, and then we'll I'll probably have something meaningful to say about what it takes for that game to be a success. Yep, in my world. There. Save. Flip it upside down. Alright. I will be back in 2 minutes. See you in a bit. All right, welcome back. I love these comments. I always read a lot more out of these comments. So the real obby, you may have heard about it, but I'm keeping an eye on Dream Engines. I am playing it on my YouTube, which kind of so what this comment tells me, and there was another comment before about Industries of Titan, is that it means that some of the people here are not actually coming from my YouTube, which is, I'm kind of mentally thinking like everyone who's here has been recruited over from the YouTube channel. And it's interesting to see that's not the case. Or maybe you just, I know also a lot of regulars here have stopped watching my YouTube channel because, hey, there are only so many hours in the day that have Nilaus in them. Maybe they're YouTube and trolling. I don't think that. I wouldn't say. I don't think so. I don't. The real obby did not feel trolly to me. I was recruited from YouTube, but then I don't watch as much. Also keep an eye out for episodes of series I'm following. Ah, yeah. See, I can spot a troll. They have swords by their name. That's the best way of spotting a troll. So anyway, while I was just taking a break, I had just sent a debriefing on for the sponsor stream yesterday, and there might be some more stuff coming for YouTube, which is actually something I wanted because I don't like leaving it unsuccessful as we did. So I might just do a little recording of a run on YouTube. I think that would be interesting. So this is the thing, like I don't get these kind of sponsorships very often, so I want to make sure that I absolutely deliver value for money for them. And this is a game that as I mentioned at the start of the stream, I had some time today and I was like, should I just fire up a little game of that? And I went like, no, you're crazy. Get to work, record your Dream Engines. But the mere fact that I was actually considering playing a game for fun is interesting in and of itself. I'll record it for you. Yeah, actually I'm not even allowed to do that, but yeah. Then you can play it and I can do live recording. So here I am. What am I doing? Okay, I'm dying. Okay, yes, I'm dying. Apparently I'm not a very good player. Like that. But news is best consumed on YouTube. Skip the boring bits. Done. Yeah, skip the boring bits, and most videos are about 30 seconds long. It's basically TikTok videos. Playing for fun, how innovative. Yeah, I know. You don't need city blocks here as spam. Yeah, that's the... And now I am going to build my city blocks. I hope. Come on, city blocks. Yeah. So, right, before the break, I was talking about sort of what it would sort of take for me to sort of play more of Riftbreaker beyond completing the campaign, because I think I'll do that. But more along the lines of just, okay, what would be like the... Okay, so one of the things that would put me off is that if I feel that the mechanics I need to become better at the game are, I don't know, like FPS mechanics that I don't have, so boo. Or if I feel that I can't really get better at the game, it's just more of the same, and I don't really feel how the game difficulty connects to the actual gameplay, then it's also off-putting. So if I don't feel that there's this... oh, I'm out of concrete actually. Oops. If there's not this learning curve that you can see yourself get better, then it's also really off-putting. So either if I don't feel that it is possible to sort of improve your skill significantly, or I feel that in order to improve my skills, I have to do something that I'm not good at, like improve my mechanics, then that would be some of the things that are off-putting for me for a game like that. Or also another thing is if it's too convoluted. There are games that have so many interconnected systems that I just lose focus. I can't remember. I remember I was playing a game at some point where I was just like, I don't care. This is just too much crap, and it's just clicking random buttons, and I don't have any relation to these. Here's a 2% bonus for something, and here's a 5% bonus for something else. I have no feeling about what's good or bad in this game. I can't remember what game it was, but I distinctly remember not long ago having that feeling from a game. Factory mod where they add ingredients for the sake of ingredients. That's kind of all of the overhaul mods, just to a certain extent. Like, yeah, complexity is not the same as, well, yeah, complexity is not the same as fun. More complex does not mean more fun. It has to be. It's more about some trade-offs and some progression and some, yeah. But anyway, I think that I'll play that for a... So it's definitely on my agenda. So big thanks to Baked Beans for sort of finding that for us. Or for me. Whoops. And also 100 gift subs. He gives me the ASMRs. Okay, cool. I'm happy. And the rest of chat has fallen asleep. That's nice. Yeah. So I try to keep my voice at a soporific levels, in dulcet tones, I guess. Not too much YouTube screaming about it. And yeah, one more right there. It was interesting at this summer vacation with the kids there, and afterwards, one of the, I don't know, 9-year-olds or something, they were like, "Oh, after the break, we're gonna watch. I'm gonna go meet my favorite YouTuber," and I was like, "Oh, okay." I mean, hear someone mention it. And I was like, okay, who is it? And the funny thing is, like, there was a Danish YouTuber, and of course it's a Danish YouTuber in Danish for kids, then it's different, very different audience for me. But it was someone where I just checked that my YouTube stats were just better in every way. More subs, more views, more sort of like, it was just definitely by all means, by any metric, I'm a bigger YouTuber than this person. And he was like in a shopping mall giving signatures out to kids, and they would get paid to take pictures with them. I was like, are you kidding me? What's going on? What is going on here? This is absurd. That's, yeah, I don't understand it. Even though this is my business, I'm still just like, I have no idea why, what the hell is going on. It makes no sense. Well, there is a NilosCon. Unfortunately, I'm not invited. So, well, it's not really a NilosCon. I don't think it can be a NilosCon without some kind of endorsement from the man himself. But what do I know? That was not sort of a brag thing. It was just more of a, I don't feel that in any way that I have made it or sort of have any kind of position of influence on YouTube or anything. But then seeing someone who is by all accounts less influential command such a presence, and of course it's because it's kids, and you gotta get their parents out, and that means shopping centers. I just can't believe it's still a thing. Actually, now that I think of it, if that's a young guy, he's not necessarily vaccinated yet. And all these filthy kids are certainly not vaccinated. So maybe I would probably not spend my day in a shopping center shaking hands with filthy kids. I don't think, honestly, I don't think Corona has any impact on whether I would spend my days shaking babies in a shopping center. So maybe let's not blame Corona for me not doing that. It would be highly unlikely. Yeah. Just everyone coming in, oh, you're at this shopping mall. It's not a mall, it's a hub. Like, actually, it says outside it is a mall. Oh, I see another iron one. How many? The new stream device. Oh, yeah, Steam device. Yeah, I don't know. I have no... I tried having an opinion about it. I failed. I did not have an opinion about it. I think there's enough people with opinions about it that I don't need one. Cooking petri dishes. Oh, absolutely. Why can this... I mean, I know what it is, I just don't really... It's not something that's going to influence me in any way, as far as I can tell. Wonder if that's all the iron, except, of course, for this one that's out of reach. All right, if you see an iron, see this one, for example. All right, where am I? Yep. There we go. That's the last one. If I found Euros in public, I'd make my kids approach him and say something like, stay effective, just to see what... Yeah, nice. I have not been... Well, I've been recognized once, but it's of all places in Seattle. That's not 8. See. There. If you walked into my house, I'd recognize you. I'd say get out, but I'd recognize. Thank you. Huh. Why would you want to play your PC games on a Switch lookalike? Because maybe you're not always sitting at your workstation. Maybe sometimes you need to go somewhere else, someplace. And you don't want to play only your Switch games. You want to sit in a plane and play some Factorio, for example. And maybe a laptop is not always the best choice. Well, of course it's a better choice, but it might not be an available choice. Or just bring your games along if you're out and about. I think it's really good, particularly for kids. I don't know who else it would be primarily, but I think primarily for kids it would be good. You play all your PC games. There. Woohoo! That's one thing. Now it's the other one. Victoria while pooping. What? You don't have a gaming Why do you think there's nothing below here? I'm at the toilet right now. Alright, that was one. Now let's do copper and titanium as well. Ah. Six, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so if anyone's watched the Dream Engines thing on YouTube, because I'm going to compare it to Industries of Titan, because it's also like a game that's somewhat within the category and that I can play. If I looked at my Industries of Titan, the first one did really well. The second one did, and the third one, they kind of did okay, and I was happy with the okay performance of those. Now, wow. I just looked at the one for today, and it's already performing really poorly. And I'm like, really? If number 2 of a series is performing so poorly, is there really a point to continuing it? I don't know. So more in the sense that if you have watched it, if you have watched it, but you don't expect to watch any more of it, that's actually the most important, most interesting feedback for me. Is that like, you're not playing it very well? I can watch someone who is funnier, who because I watch you because you play well, and you don't play well because you don't have no clue what you're doing? Or is it more like, well, I don't like the game, or, you know, I'm just curious to get some feedback, unrepresentative feedback. On my cup of tea, I watched the first one to find out if I'd like it. Yep, I think that's also like a good thing. But I also don't want to be one of those who make one video about every game and then you go like, oh, this is interesting, and then you know that I'll never play more than one episode of it. So after a while you just stop watching my channel, because it's just full of one episode of new game where I'm gonna like, oh, you can build some things, and yes, and now moving on to something else. I just don't feel that's my MO. I can do that once in a while, but wow. Definitely not what I wanted. Alright, I think it's an okay game. DST, Dyson Sphere, Trombone. I don't know. And let's continue. It drives me when all of a sudden a game I'm watching stops all of a sudden. Yeah, I mean, there are two perspectives. Should I continue if no one is watching? Or if too few people are watching? Or should I just go like, well, that was clearly not something that was resonating with the community. And then otherwise I'm going to be like, no, I started it. I'm damn well going to play 100 episodes of this game because I am not a quitter. And then the viewers will just quit instead of me. Like, for example, I played Demon Souls and there were no views on it. But I was like, damn it, I'm gonna play it. And it absolutely ruined my channel for months to come. Wow, that was a bad one. Because when YouTube just sees, okay, so you released a new video, no one really liked it. Okay, again, you released a new video, no one really liked it. Okay, I'm not gonna be recommending your channel anymore. That's kind of how, in the personalization of the YouTube algorithm. So you have to sort of slowly show, no, the stuff I do actually has an interest. Alright, watch both. It's okay. It's almost so haven't convinced me to buy it. Hello, Brickbat. Good to see you. Please continue. Person not interested in Flying City Builder. I don't know. I don't even know the name. Dream Engines. I got Industries of Titan to watch, but don't have time present due to work commitment. Totally fine. Happy Friday, Jeff. Like watching Industries of Titan, but once or twice from time to time, but I'm not a YouTube watcher except for music. And I wait for the next God of War. Yeah, don't we all? Do you think algorithm is toxic or no? It's just it's like complaining about the weather. To complain about the YouTube algorithm, you have no impact on it. So just accept the way it is. Dress accordingly. Of course, I would wish that clickbait titles and thumbnails were not such a big part of it, but it is. So, don't really need to make too big of a deal out of that. By the way, I complain about the weather a lot, so yeah, it's kind of also sort of a national sport around here to complain about the weather. Currently, it's just way too warm. Way too warm. Just absolutely intolerable. Stupid weather. Hate it. Just turn off the sun. It'll be nice and chill. There you go. Complaining about the weather. Can you believe how hot, cold, sunny, cloudy, rainy, snowy, dry it's been lately? No! Haha, spoke too soon. Exactly. Got you. It's just yeah. I think a lot of people, a lot of people having businesses have, oh no, okay, how do we, the news generally, at least in Denmark, but I'm pretty sure it's not just a Danish thing. I think it's like a global thing. Is that the news are less about the news and more about sort of how do you feel about this thing that happened? dear random person we found on the street, how do you feel about this thing that happened? And every time there's a new policy change, the journalists do their very best to find someone who got negatively impacted by whatever policy change, however marginal that person is, or however theoretical the case is, and then talk about that specific case and how unfair it is, and oh dear. Which means that it's all news less about sort of, oh, there's a policy change and it's supposed to do this, and these are the people for and against, but more about, we found a case that someone is going to be unfairly treated because of this policy change. And because of that, and all the stuff that's happened over the last year that we kind of know about, the news have sort of been full of people who are butthurt. Like, oh, but I bought a summer house and I can't, there's no one renting my summer house. I need to be compensated. Like, well, fuck you. You bought, it's an investment, it's a business investment. Right? And of course, but it's always like, so yeah, I'm getting sort of this entitlement about it's someone else's fault. Someone else has to compensate me for the risk that I took. That's not how risk works. Yeah. But there is a part, and this is the worst part, is that if you, like in Denmark, we have negative interest on house loans, which is weird. And almost everyone has an annually refinanced loan. That means if the interest rates increase rapidly for some reason, then almost everyone who has a house and a mortgage will be hit in Denmark. Which means it is a safe bet, because Denmark cannot afford that. Because you just need to make sure that enough people are going to be in trouble if something bad happens. And you're just, as reckless as it is to have a loan that's refinanced every year, but it's been a good deal for the last 10 years. But the second is not a good deal, they just have to bail it out. You can't just afford, from another political perspective or from a economic perspective, to have so many people go bankrupt. So of course there's going to be an intervention, which means it is not the risky investment that it actually is, because it's hedged by the state, which means it makes it a lot less risky. Not risk-free, but a lot less risky. That I don't like. I don't like that you can just do something that's obviously risky, but as long as everyone else is as equally stupid, then it's not risky at all, because, hey, we are now too big to fail. I don't know, there's been a lot of, this subprime is a good example of how not to run it. Yeah. That's just an entitlement. Yep, exactly. Indirectly, every taxpayer pays for your risk. Exactly. That's the part I don't like. I mean, but maybe, just maybe, my perspective is dictated by the fact that my business that I took a risk on is doing great. And because of that, I have rose-tinted goggles on regarding risk and go like, well, I have accepted the risk, but maybe I'd be bitching and moaning if something happened that I do honestly feel sorry for the people who run a restaurant and have run a restaurant for the last year, and I really want to support my local restaurants, and I do think that it is in the interest of the society to provide support so that more of local businesses can survive, because it's not good for the company, for the country, if a lot of small companies just go under because of something that's out of their control. Yeah. But what we can do is take all these risky assets and bundle them together and sell them at a lower risk. That's nope. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of things, but the one thing that's like, it's your personal sense of justice is usually not very important when it comes to sort of societal measure. Another example of that is if someone commits a crime, they should be thrown in prison and throw away the key and just keep them locked up and prosecute them to the fullest extent of the law. And that's all good. That says that's your passion speaking. But it's really expensive and it's not doing anything. It's actually way better for the state to try to re-socialize them, which is expensive as well, but it means that suddenly you have criminals getting extreme privileges that just makes no sense. And it just offends everyone's sense of justice. But it's from a societal perspective, it's just a better deal. And that's the kind of thing where don't like it, but it would be easier if you didn't know how these things work and you could just be angry about it, and instead of just knowing that it actually kind of makes sense. Still sucks. So, what to do? See no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil. Stoking articles in the US about inmate in X country gets human. Well, I think there are some cases, you maybe get those things, but there are some cases in Denmark where there was a case some years ago about a man who attacked a woman and threw her out of a third-story building, and she survived, but has of course been traumatized both physically and mentally, and she hasn't been able to recover, and she's always afraid because he just barged into her apartment and just started beating her and threw her out the window. So she is complete wreck and can't trust anyone, can't do anything. And he is now a chef because he got extra training while he was in prison, and there was a TV show about inmates and chefs and right. And then it's like, how fair is that? That someone, he is onwards, new life, and he's a happy taxpayer now, except that he has completely ruined the life of someone else. That is some of the things where your sense of justice is just not satisfied with how that plays out. But if you take all the emotions out, he's paying taxes now. He didn't pay taxes before. So that's good, right? And that's the part where you can just get the blood boiling and just start raging on Twitter, or just stop reading the news. Yeah. So yep, lots and lots of. But that's the thing, right? If you have enough sample size, there will always be outliers that will be bad cases of the underlying policy, because I think that it seems like a good policy that you want to re-socialize criminals and get them out of the criminal environment and get them to be happy, productive citizens and paying their taxes and all that stuff. And that's probably really reasonable. Oh, are we done? Nah, I don't feel we're done. Nope, not done. Yeah. Window of an iron ore that wasn't tapped? I can't imagine that's the case. Well. Yeah, so that's to sort of take the parts about from, I think the best recent explanation of sort of that scenario is actually from Inside, that I am just absolutely in love with Inside. If you haven't watched Inside yet, absolutely go do that on Netflix. Bo Burnham. Like with the internet, where that it's all about engagement. It doesn't matter if you're angry or happy, and actually angry is better because that gives better engagement. and that's yeah. So angriness is good engagement. So so from an engagement perspective, and if you are in the, so I should be making you angry so you can, I don't know. And that is how the world works. Yep. Socko. I think there was actually also a really good, oh, there was actually, I don't think it was the Bo Burnham, I think it was Ryan George who had a really good recent sketch about sort of our dimensions showing to other dimensions at like a convention what are the things that we have, and one of them is social media. Like, yeah, and it's designed to make you angry, and it's designed to feed you things in a specific way to make you engage. It's like it's actually true. Ryan George is really brilliant, really good at making sketches to highlight real points that make you go, yeah, that's true. And then still funny. Really good. That's a good comedian. Yeah. Now we're done. No. Yes, this one you have to be tapped. Hey, Sarcopocalypse, thank you. You have a Discord? Yes, just do Discord. Exactly. I see there are other people who are connoisseurs. That's pretty shitty. One here. Yeah, wasps also a thing that I could do without. Okay, so rent. Here we go. I don't like the fact that you're saying that I ran over an iron deposit. It can't be true. It cannot be true. I refuse to believe it. Okay, let's see. Oh, at the South Pole we have something. If it's the one inside the area up at the North Pole, then it's unreachable. So that one is irrelevant. Doesn't count. Oh, when we have this one done, damn, that's a lot of mining. That's 50 million iron, 50 million copper. We don't have the smelting yet, but smelting is comparatively easy considering compared to this. There's another one, yeah. And then after this we have just a little dash of titanium as well. I don't know, I feel that there's a lot less titanium deposits than iron and copper deposits. There's also a lot less material, but I don't think it's just less per patch, but it's also fewer patches. I wonder how many we've done. I think we started at 200 and something.
A new subscriber arrives. It fills you with determination.
I am so full of determination. Waldushka, thank you for the subscription and welcome. By the way, I also noticed that that there's actually a discount for upgrading tiers of pledges, or not pledges, but so upgrading to a tier 2 or tier 3 is actually discounted right now. Ooh, I really need to do some more for tier 2 and tier 3 subscribers. If you have any good ideas, then like I need more good emotes. Okay, let's go through this and look for copper and iron locations that are not patched. Or patches that are not... Okay, one day. Ta-da! You're alright. Damn it. Okay, and then I spotted 7 or maybe 8 titanium locations. That's not much. The recipe... I'm beginning to doubt myself. Okay, don't worry. I'm always surprised at how much you spot that I don't see, despite the fact that I'm staring right at it. Like, oh, the 7th inserter is the wrong way. Like, what? How could you see that? Yeah. In the beginning, we actually made a lot of progress. Like how fast we actually built all of the processes. And then we started getting a bit stuck with these things here. Okay, let's see. And get some. Good. Titanium. This way. If you had to choose between Factorio or this game, which would you recommend to get? Well, both equally fun. They're different. Don't ask me to choose between my kids. I hate those propositions like, okay, if you had to choose, who would you rather have sex with? Like, I don't have to choose. Yeah, but if you have to, like, I don't, luckily, all right? But who would you... All right, Gorbachev, all right? Move on. Yes, he's dead. I don't care. Start with your stupid quiz. Victoria, I love the game. Just curious how fun it is. It's super fun, very accessible, super aesthetic. I mean, I will gladly put some words to sort of describe it. Oh, still alive. Well, that just makes it easier. I don't know. I just... Why do you start taking anything I say seriously? If someone pointed a gun at your head and you had to choose, well, unless you're actually pointing a gun at my head, I'm not gonna engage in those kind of choices. You can do like fun, like hypotheticals and that kind of thing, but they're usually so absurd that it's just pretty stupid, right? Yeah. Next. Okay, so we said, let's say 8 of the titanium patches. And this is number 2. So it's so far good enough, right? Making good progress. That's 2. Let's find the next one. Let's try to go by circle. There. Okay, so then go middle, middle, middle. That was completely useless. Go into this one. Alright, never mind. Just take one. And find the next. These are pretty dense patches, these ones. Very nice. That's good. I've also never really understood the whole fuck, marry, kill. That's just, it doesn't make any sense. But then again, there's a lot of things that don't make a lot of sense. Oops, like the direction of this belt makes no sense. That must be number 3. Keep flying here. And... wow. What? There we go. Just started a new game after taking months off. Sounds nice. Not the months off, but starting the game. Yeah, I think it's a nice game that has a lot of replayability. Although with blueprints it's gonna be a lot nicer, whatever the blueprints are gonna be like. I hope it's more than just you have something on your planet, you want to move it somewhere else, you can hit, then copy paste it and move it, but actually something where you can share blueprints, that kind of thing. And I will be happy to make blueprints. 4 and 5. Okay. Hmm? So this one must be number 4. Each of those, they are pretty quick to set up, but still it does take a bit of time. Let's look for it. There's a titanium. You forgot power a couple of miners. Oh, okay, we'll have a look at that afterwards. Must be the click that missed. It is getting late and I am bathed in sweat. Yes, that's lovely. It's just 1,000,000 degrees in here. And the fan is on, but doesn't really do much. Like fans are most. Doesn't really do much. Just kind of there, sucking up energy. Yeah, I mean, I'd love to do a hot tub thing, except it shouldn't be a hot tub. It should be a very cold tub. This cold. Are only effective below 35. So it's just... that's some cold-blooded fans I have here. combined effectiveness also depends on humidity. I mean, now you're just coming up with excuses for being useless. Oh, well, it's too humid. So, Jeff, are you coming to the Nilos Con, or have you also not been invited? It's not really a Nilos Con, but for anyone who feels left out, it's just a couple of the moderators meeting up. You're not coming. Oh my god, is that because you are not invited like me, or because you just you're not allowed to enter Europe because you're, you know, from over there? Oh, I had one of... Oh, there we go, there we go, there we go. I found it. That was exactly what I was looking for. Okay, let's find some more of the... If you see any titanium, copper, or iron vein that is not tapped, then just yell and say, there! Be allowed. She's not the budget for. Yeah, I can understand that. It's there. That one. Okay, so that is right along the equator. And somewhere in the dock. Thank you, Basiloth. That was very helpful. I'm gonna say that's the last one. Except that one as well. Oh, you know what? I don't have any fuel. I don't have any fuel. Whoops. Fuel is not important, right? That's the problem when the fuel becomes so effective that you rarely have to refuel. Then it's not doesn't become something like, oh, I need to check my fuel. What time is it? Okay, we have 8 minutes left, and I'm gonna ask you a very difficult question. Maybe it's not difficult. It's just difficult for me. I have an idea, and I don't know if it's true. Anyway, it's complicated. All right, so someone was just a conversation between two people, and it was it's basically like, oh yeah, I'm not taking the car. I'm just going by bike because it's better for the environment. And I was like, is it though? Because I'd like to see the calculations, because let's assume that you have a very efficient diesel car, German make, very efficient diesel car. You drive 20 kilometers. How much energy and all the impact is that? Versus you biking 20 kilometers. Of course, there's no emission from the gas refinement process, but the body is not a very good engine. It's not a very efficient engine. And the average diet needed to burn, I mean, the energy extended. I'm just thinking, like, all the cows that have to be killed and processed for you to burn enough calories to move your fat ass 20 kilometers on a bike. What is the climate impact on that versus a really efficient car? Maybe it's like 100 to 1, but maybe it's not. I don't know. I've never seen anyone ask that question, and I've never seen anyone do some calculations. And I think it's genuinely an interesting question to see. And maybe it's like, yeah, but the car takes so much energy to move, so it's just like a factor 100. But I don't know. I'm just... Car takes 50 NDM to move a single person compared to a bike. Yeah, that's the mass, right? The mass part is... And that's what I'm saying. Like, it might be like a trivial thing that anyone who knows anything about anything can easily deduce that. But it also might be, I don't know. Because the human engine is crazy inefficient. I mean, efficient at what it does, but there's a lot of energy that goes in for the energy that comes out. Well, whatever. It's just... leading to the plot of the Matrix. I don't think that was not a sound one. It's just something that struck me as, I don't know, and I'm not trying to be political here, and I'm not paid by the automotive industry, but here's my affiliate link if you want to buy a new diesel car. I was just thinking these things like, yeah, but anyway, I wouldn't even know how to start calculating. I mean, you can find all these figures, like how much energy do you expend to transport yourself on a bike for 20 kilometers or something like that, and there'll be a lot of assumptions about anything, like rounding, acceleration, diets, all that stuff. But I thought it was an interesting thought experiment. Moving into inner course to move a... makes little sense if it's about efficiency. Well, if the engine you're using is 100 times more effective, then it might make sense. Cow poop, methane are more greenhouse effect than CO2. Yeah, I mean that's also my point. Like, if you look at climate impact, then a meat eater like me is not... Oh, why do they keep being titanium mains here? I'm not arguing that it is. I'm just interested in, are those numbers... And then you can always just skew it by saying, oh, it's a whole family that's now taking the bike instead of taking the car. Then the numbers start sliding. Anyway, it was just a little provocation here at the end of the day to just some of those things you think about and go like, huh, I wonder. Hey, thank you, Basilot, and hope to see you another time. Hope I've not scared you off completely. Oh, that's it. That's it. Done. Never again. Except. Whew. The most un-European thing I've ever heard. I mean, then you can go on and say, okay, well, what if I'm driving my Tesla, even though it uses more energy, it uses 200 watt hours per kilometer? Does that fit? Yeah. But that's solar energy. So how does that, assuming fixed cost is already written off and only looking at variable costs? Oh, I don't have any power. Let's make sure that we just get a bit of power before I do something stupid. Anyway, I don't want to be sparking any kind of political bullshit with this. I was just interested in it from a, has the math been done, and is the math so obvious that is a stupid question, or is it like, it's an interesting thing to... If people start becoming fanatical about environmental impact, then I just kill yourself. That's the least impact you can have. I mean, you're still having your smartphone that's full of all sorts of crap and made with slave labor, and all your clothes and all your food and all the crap. So just put yourself out of the misery. That's the most effective way to minimize your impact on the climate. So with that argument out of the way, let's just assume a certain level of comfort and standard that we maintain, and then we can say, okay, What can we do within reason instead of without reason? Yeah, I had a lecture on a professor at DTU who was seriously arguing that you could just turn off your deep freezer because it could retain the heat, the cold so well that you didn't need to have it running all the time. You could just let it run for something that you could have it like off for a week, and then you could just turn it on again. Like, no, that's not how it works. It's not going to be better. Or the people, those are my least favorite environmentalists. The people when you're in the restroom and they yell, "Don't flush! I'm coming out after you!" Like, I'm gonna flush, because that's not okay. Oh, please refuel. It's okay. We'll make it. I might have underestimated or overestimated, or some kind of estimate. We have a problem here. Nope, no problems. Let's go down here. Get some fuel. Let's forget all about the fueling for next time. And I think I'm gonna log out here with all these things. There. Cool. Whew. We made it. Alright, so I might be streaming tomorrow. If I do, then what I will be streaming is Horizon Zero Dawn. That's kind of my Saturday day off thing, and I don't have any plans with the kids or anything, so I think we'll just stay home and just enjoy ourselves, and that means I am available in the evening, so I might be there. So do check it out, and keep an eye on the Discord notification if you're interested in some more Dyson, some Horizon Zero Dawn. Cool. Also, during the weekend, I think that you can expect to see a Rift Breaker episode on my YouTube channel, because they just contacted me and asked me if I wanted to do that, and I do. So, good night, take care, and stay effective. I'm going to send you over to Chris if he's still alive and awake. Big Wolf Chris. And now I need to find something that is somewhere that's not as warm as it is here. Whew. Thanks everyone, and sorry about the rant. I mean nothing of it. My brain has just been cooked. So good night, take care, and stay effective.